Yarn in a basket and a soft lamp's glow. A stack of stories waiting by the chair. Pull up a seat, there's magic in the air. Turn the page, cast the stitch. Every tale begins with just a little twist. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. Welcome friends, the tale begins with woolen words and kindred kin. So settle in, stay a while. Pearls and plot twists make us smile. Needles click in a gentle rhyme. Stories unfolding one line at a time. Heroes wander through forests deep, while blankets grow stitch by stitch. Welcome in, come take a seat where cozy yarn and stories meet. A cup of tea, a quiet night, pearls and plot twists by candlelight. So cast a stitch and turn a page, another chapter on the stage. The yarn is warm, the story's true, and there's always room here just for you.
Hello. There we go. Hello, everybody. Oh, and I see my little bot has woken up. Yay. He will do the things, little body bot. I got to give him a name. I should see if I could change his name. Give him a cute little name. So how is everyone? I see Red Pill Art. Awesome sauce. Always, I know Red Pill Art always has stuff going on. She's out and about, enjoying beautiful meals. She works out. She loves to grocery shop and make her art and everything. So she's probably got a busy day. And Anne, how are you? I hope your hand is feeling better. That's the other day when you said it was still hurting, I was like, oh no. And I hate that. Like, I've had that happen where I've gone for acupuncture and I had needles in my shoulder, and in the end my shoulder felt great. For a while after that treatment, my shoulder did not feel great. So I totally get it, that sometimes it's the thing that helps you feel better makes you feel worse first. So there we go. I got Lola, our mod Lola today. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll get some linkies up later on today. And, all the things. Hello. It's so funny because so many people say that whenever they see me say that, that's how they hear it, is hello. And that's how it's meant to be heard. That is how I would say it. So, don't forget to tickle the like button. Don't forget to click subscribe. I'm probably never going to be the channel that makes you be a subscriber in order to take part in the chat, simply because I just don't like that. That's not my thing. If I go to a channel and I have to be a subscriber in order to chat, then I'm probably not going to stick around, because usually what I find happens is that the person hosting and then the mods and everything, no one speaks to you. So it's like, so I've been forced to subscribe just to be ignored. So I don't do it. I'll never do that here. But if you'd like to subscribe, I would love that. I'm working on growing my channel and we're trucking along nicely. So today I have a bunch of stuff I want to do. And the chat just got real quiet. So if you're still there, if you wouldn't mind just saying something, let me know what you're working on today. If you have pictures of your work, pictures of your meals, pictures of your pets, anything like that, please feel free to pop it into my Discord, and then I will share it later on, and we'll get to see what everybody's been up to. Super fun. I've got StreamYard sitting in front of me, but I haven't got it set up with anything. So when we're on the sprint, I'll pop a couple of my most recent pictures and stuff in there. And so we can share that too. I have another appointment on the 21st with the doctor. I'm not sure if I would get any more injections. Is this the first time you've gotten this? Like, was it a steroid injection? I can't remember what you said, but was that the first time you've done that? And it was like, yeah, because I feel like maybe was it an experiment? Like, will this work or not? And I think that maybe it hasn't so much, but it might be one of those things you just got to give it some time. I don't know. I remember I went to my acupuncture guy and he did cupping, and he does like crazy aggressive cupping. And like I've gone to other acupuncturists where their cups, they put the cups on and then it's just a little suction. No, he has fire. And sticks it on. The air was blue in the room we were in. And it's like one of those things because you're so vulnerable. Like I'm like naked. And this dude is like setting things on fire and putting them on my back. And it was an experience. And it took about a week before I actually felt the benefit because I was in agony, absolute agony. Like immediately I left, and a few hours later I was out. I couldn't move. Like I had to move like this because I couldn't turn my head, and I had so much pain. Oh my gosh. And I ran into somebody and they went to give me a hug, and I was like, no, not today. And then I was bruised from like the back of my head, because he did cups up on my neck, all the way down to my bum. I was bruised. I looked like I had lost a fight with an octopus. And now that I've had that done, and then like a week later, I felt amazing. It was so worth the agony for that like 3 or 4 days, because like a week to 10 days after I had it done, I felt so good. I was loose. I felt like, like it had really done something. And, but now whenever I see people and they look like they've lost a fight with an octopus, I'm like, oh, you went to see Zach? And they're like, how did you know? And I'm like, because I've had those same bruises too. And it's the women go home and their husbands are like, I'm going to kill this guy. It's like, no, we pay him to do this to us. It was steroid injections. You've had them before and they've helped in the past. Maybe you've had too many. Did you have them before with the same doctor? Because in my life, this part of my jaw dentists can't get it frozen. Hi, librarian. How are you, sweetie? I hope you're having a good day. But the dentist that I have now, he actually discovered the right spot to inject the needle to actually freeze, because most of them, they try to do it up here. And he's like, what we've discovered is that your nerve is down here. So instead of putting 17 injections here, wondering why you won't freeze, we put one in here down on the bottom as opposed to the top. Anyway, so that's what I'm wondering would a different doctor perhaps get the right spot? Maybe. Lola's saying that's how I act when people want to hug me. Yeah, I don't like. I think it really depends on who it is. I'm not a hugger so much. Like, I hug my husband, I hug my son, whatever. But when strangers, that like, oh, I'm a hugger. No, I'm not. So you just stay over there. But it just depends on who it is. I don't really love being slobbered over by people, that strangers particularly, or people I don't like, And there's the librarian of Alexandria, all the way from Norway, checking in and toying with the idea of starting another book, even though I have started many. Oh, toy with the idea of finishing a book. That's that's what I need to kind of commit to this year. I have a few books I'm still reading, and I'm like, I should just commit to finishing these books. And Anne saying it was the same doctor. Yeah, maybe a different doctor might, because it just feels like, do you feel like it worked? I'm starting to feel like it didn't really work as much as you wanted it to. So yeah, maybe a different doctor will find a different spot to inject into. And true, I have 2 library reads. I should give a 10. Oh, listen, borrowing a library book, that, like, if you need some pressure, if you need to read under pressure, that's it. Particularly a popular one, like when the library is emailing you to say, we need this book back, please. Thank you. I get those emails sometimes. I don't often borrow books from the library because usually I can find what I want online. But it is important to use the library because they're publicly funded. And I'm not a big, huge, socialist kind of person, but libraries are important. They are free education and information for the public, publicly funded. And if we don't use them, then governments reduce the funding for them. And we're having that situation in my town right now, where the staff of the library are fighting to stay open because the government is like, well, we just don't think you need all this money. And they're like, well, if we don't have staff, we won't be open. So it's important to support your local library, even if it's through book clubs or borrowing or, research. Go use the computer, use the photocopier, anything, because they do count. They do count the visitors. Like they'll say, oh, we had, however many visitors this year and this many books were borrowed and da 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 da. So yeah, it's good. It's good to support the libraries. Local library is 5 minutes from me. Yep, my local library is just, I can walk to it from my house or drive in a couple minutes. And it's we have a Carnegie library. I was just telling somebody this the other day, that we have a Carnegie library in my town, and Dale Carnegie was a philanthropist, and he education was super, super, super important to him, and he wanted everybody in to have access to education and books. And so he donated money to build libraries around different parts of the world. And so my town actually has one of his libraries, a Carnegie library. So it's a very important library that was not built out of obligation. It wasn't created out of demand, from governments or public or anything. It was just a man who wanted people to have access to books regardless of their financial status. And so that's a very important library that we have here. Start all the books. My problem is I can only read one book at a time. If I see people and they're reading 3 different books or 4 different books, or they're like, oh, I just switched to an easy book to calm my mind. And I'm like, I would get all the stories all mixed up. I can barely describe the story I'm reading, let alone if I was reading 3 stories at the same time. It would all be just one jumbled up mess. I mean, I can't watch more than one show at a time either. So like if I'm watching, say, Call the Midwife, that's all I'm watching until I've watched the whole thing. Because if I start watching something else, then I'm going to confuse the storylines. Yeah, Lola's a hardcore enabler. Okay, just so you know. Just so you know, Lola is Lola's the biggest enabler. She'll tell you to do all the things. Won't help you, but she'll tell you to do them. So library and do read multiple books at one time. I wish I could do that. Could do both. Yeah. Our library had a mega upgrade. They have study pods and tablets and laptops and a 3D printer and a Cricut. Well, that's exciting. I think my library had started a library of things where you can borrow tools and stuff like that. Librarian saying, I tend to read one fantasy book, romance. Okay. Oh, so they're totally different kind of stories. That's interesting. Still, I would mix them all up. I would not be able to describe. I would describe all of them all as one story. And then if people would be like, this is the weirdest book review ever. Yeah. Anne is saying, I'm getting tired of this doctor's office. One person doesn't know what the other one does. The front office people are so disorganized. Oh, yeah. that I hate when it's like you're all together. Do you not have a team meeting in the morning? When I worked in the funeral home, there was a team meeting. We all knew what everybody was up to. We all knew where everyone was supposed to be. We had our notes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, there was never any confusion. And so, yeah, but I do find even here in Canada, one of the biggest complaints my husband has about the care that my father-in-law has been receiving is that none of these people talk to each other. They have no idea what the other one's doing. And it's like, why isn't there one central database where every care provider just pops their notes into, and then every care provider that someone has can look at it and see, oh, he's going to physiotherapy, so I don't need to recommend physiotherapy. Do you know what I mean? Because we're getting the same. It's just, yeah, it's crazy. Red Pill Art, hello. I hope you're having a good day. How is Montreal today? We got snow. It's actually a snow day here in my area. This is so annoying. A few days ago, it was Friday or Saturday, I was sitting outside, and I remember I was on my phone and I was sitting out in my backyard. My husband had actually like set up a little chair and a table for me, and I was sitting there in the sunshine talking to my friend Miriam. We were sending voice notes back and forth, and it was hot. I was sweating. Because I was wearing a sweater, but I went inside and I changed into a lighter top. And now today it's snowing. We have all the buses canceled. And my son has been home for 5 days straight now. Go to school. Go to school. Librarian is asking, do I read books in one sitting or over several sittings? I do both, but it's fun to start a book and then boom, suddenly finished it. I have read books in one sitting. The Woman in Cabin 10. I started it. My husband was at work. My son was little. He was playing with his Legos. I started it one day, and I started in the morning, and at night, by bedtime, it was done. And I've read a few other books like that. But sometimes, like, say a book like The Goldfinch, I could have, but I needed sleep. That was another book that I couldn't put down. But most of the time, it takes me a couple days to read a book because I only really read like an hour a day. Maybe at night I'll read some more. This my e-reader right now, I've been reading Mean Streak. Remember we talked about this a couple weeks ago? Mean Streak on we were here and somebody mentioned it, and then I read the description and I was like, oh my god, I got goosebumps. It's ticking all the boxes. The description was way better than the book. So it's taken a little while to get through this one. Anne is saying, I can't read more than one book at a time. I wonder if I have some ADHD. No, I don't think it's ADHD. I think it's just that, you know, some people can keep all the stories straight and some people can't. I cannot. I start mixing all the stories together. Like even if I watched a movie a day, I would start mixing them all up together. There's a book I would recommend, but it's like 1,100 pages, and Ladies of the Club. Lola, hold on. And Ladies of the Club. Okay, I've popped it in there. We'll talk about it after the sprint on the next chatty bit. Red Pill Art is on her way to get her haircut. Yay! And it's very cold. Yeah, it's super cold today. So Red Pill Art and I are about 4 hour, 3.5, 4 hour drive apart, I think. So we often have very, very similar weather and similar experiences. I can read multiples. I used to have one in my room, one on the table, and one in the bath to soak with. Interesting. I wish I could do that. But you know what? I can't even listen to audiobooks. So, you know, when people talk about how they read 300 books a year, they're not reading 300 books a year. They're listening to 300 books a year. It's still reading. I'm not sitting here saying that's not reading. You're still consuming the story. I actually had this conversation with one of the professors at the university that my son's going to. He is in the English department. And I just asked the question because I'm like, I'm not going to university, so I can be asked cheeky questions. And I asked him, is listening to an audiobook considered reading. And he was like, oh, I've never thought about that. And I'm like, dude, really? And so, he started saying, well, I can see listening to it as a supplement, and but the reading is actually more important. He's like going on and on. And I said, would you still say that to a blind person? And that caught him in his, stopped in his tracks right there. And he was like, oh. And he's like, you know what? Now that you've said that, yeah, I guess it is real reading. So there we go. There we go. Good luck with your hair, Red Pill. Ren, hello. How are you? How is this your first day back at uni now? How's that going? Librarian saying that she read that a few years ago, The Woman in Cabin 10. Yeah, and now there's a new one. So I have to get the new one now and see if it's as good as that one, because I'm a different person now than I was when I read The Woman in Cabin 10. So much has happened that I'm a very different person. Librarian saying hi to Ren. Anna's saying the problem is that they don't listen. No, they don't. They don't. They don't. That's why I go to acupuncturists and natural, like nutritionists, holistic nutritionists and acupuncturists and those kinds of therapies, because if I go to a doctor, they're not listening. They don't care. They don't have time. But when I have an hour with my acupuncturist, I can talk about whatever I want. And sometimes it's therapy and sometimes it's the pain and, whatever else. Ren is reading listening to Air of Fire, still considered reading, and need to get some work done for an assignment. Nice. And Ren is saying hi to Alex, Librarian of Alexandria. Red Pill Art, I have ADHD too. I would probably be diagnosed with ADHD, except I don't. I have CPTSD, which is very often confused with ADHD. The difference is trauma. And so people with CPTSD who get diagnosed with ADHD makes it even worse. So I had to learn that one. And Jean is saying, good morning. She's 39% of an arc called I Didn't Do It, a young adult thriller. It's getting so good. When you were describing that, I think it was last night, were you describing that? And I was like, ooh, that sounds really good. So I'm going to pull that one up. I Didn't Do It book. Oh, there's my mailman. Is that Jamie Hendricks? Is it Jamie Hendricks? A Murder at a Suspense Writer Convention. I just want to make sure I have the right book. Because, when I was looking for Meet Cute, there's like 100 books called Meet Cute. And we had to narrow it down to the cover. 1,100 pages. That's a big book. Librarian of Alexandria saying it's sunny here today. Spring's on the way. Nice. I thought we were getting spring. We are not. It's 51 today. It was 80 last weekend. And I was I can't remember what day it was, Friday or Saturday. I don't remember, but I was sitting outside. I was sweating. So annoyed. So annoying. My best year, I read 220 books. I don't think I've been close to 300. If I read 25 books in a year, I'm calling it a success, because because I read, like I actually physically read the book. So it takes me a lot longer than listening to audio. And I really wish I could listen to audio. I got to keep trying it. Mean Streak. It's all right. It's actually gotten to the point that it's good. It took about 250 pages to get good. Though I suppose if you count books for 2-year-olds that have 5 pages or more, yeah. Like if I read all the flyers, I can count that too, right? 5 words on each page. Ren saying, yeah, today was the first day back, already exhausted. Aw, get to bed early tonight. Anne is saying, I'm going to call my friend's bookstore. I'm trying to read It Can't Happen Here by Sinclair Lewis. The print is very tiny. I wonder if she can find a large print. Oh, and the reading glasses aren't doing it, because I have to put, I have to put my e-reader, I make the font bigger because, yeah. I'm 55 now. I'm struggling with the reading, the seeing things. L. Gonzalez Rose. Sorry about the spelling. What did you spell? Oh, okay. I didn't even notice that you misspelled anything. Jean is asking, what's the acronym? You said it was not HDAD. CPTSD. It's yeah. So it's complex PTSD. I got diagnosed quite a while ago. I grew up with a narcissist mother, a covert narcissist mother, and a very violent father. And how people, the difference between PTSD and CPTSD. PTSD is there's a car accident, let's say, and people who have PTSD, they remember who they were before the car accident, and the goal is to return back to that person, and through with the trauma, right? So it's a traumatic event, and it changes you. It actually changes the structure of your brain, but you remember who you were before. With CPTSD, it usually starts in childhood. The violence, the trauma, whatever it is, starts in childhood prior to your conscious memories forming. So for me, I have huge memory gaps in throughout my life. There are things that like I just don't remember doing, being at, anything. I tend to photograph and video a lot of my life simply because it just vanishes. I just don't remember it. But the complex PTSD versus regular PTSD. So regular PTSD, there's a traumatic moment. You remember who you were before that. The goal is to, survive the car crash. With CPTSD, which is complex PTSD, you grow up in the wreckage of the car crash. Like you literally live your life in the wreckage of a car crash. And I heard that description of it. I was like, oh, that's such a perfect way of putting it. So it's, I've done a lot of protocols to help. It is not a mental health condition. It is actually like neurological, because the trauma changes the structure of your brain. So when I say I have brain damage, that like my memory, like I have to write things down, I have to photograph things, I have to document a lot of my life, or else it's just gone. And I had memories come up. I had a little too much gummy one night, and all these memories started coming up of an event I was at. And I was like, I don't remember this at all. I had to go through my photo album to find the photos of me at that event. And it's still a little fuzzy that I was there. So this is complex CPTSD. There's a lot of the behaviors that are very, very, very similar to ADHD, which is why people tend to get diagnosed with ADHD. But if you're not treating the trauma, it just makes it all that much worse. So there we go. Librarian of Alexandria is saying, I read fast. I do know people read at different paces. Yeah. Like if I'm really into a book and it's got me in its grip, I will read really fast. Like I will plow through it. Like The Night Sister, I couldn't put it down. So it just depends. If a book is dragging, I'm just like, it takes me a while to get through it. If I don't get distracted, I read 100 pages in an hour. Yeah. There's my Discord, jump in. And it was CPTSD. I don't know who Jen is, so we use screen names here so everyone feels included. I think Jen read Mean Streak for her IRL book club. I can't remember if she liked it or not. Oh, is that pacing through the pages? Because she was talking about that the other day on her show. PTSD, the gift that keeps on giving. Yes. My complaint is 100-page counts the same as an 800-page book. I tend to keep track of pages. 100. I don't get what that means. I don't know what we're talking about here. I've lost track of what this is about. Complaint, 100-page book. Jean is saying, I found it easier to start with biographies for audiobooks. John Lithgow reading his biography is like oh, yeah, I guess that's, yeah. Like you're having a conversation. I guess there's not many people that I'd really care about listening to their life. So I'll have to see if there's someone I'm actually interested in chatting with you. Yeah. Oh, that when you're listening to John Lithgow narrate his life, it feels like he's chatting with you. And your only competition is yourself, even if that's false, because you read one page, you're still a reader. Yeah. Because people would say to me, like, how do I become a writer? I'm like, write something. Jean. Oh, but somebody said Jen, and I wasn't sure who Jen is. Okay, pacing through the pages. Okay, great. It's just because it's the screen names that we see here, and not everybody knows everybody's like other names, so we go by screen names here, just mostly for me. Okay, I don't know what we're saying. Sorry though. Lola, go give Lola some love. The competition is very prevalent, especially at the end of the year. Competition for what? What are we competing for? What are we competing for? Are you competing against yourself? Because I know towards the end of the year, when I've only read like 4 books this year, I'm like, oh, December's going to be busy, as I put the pressure on myself to meet all my goals. All right, what time is it? 11:31. Shall we do a sprint? Let's see here. Librarian, to read as many books or more books as someone else. Competition to read the most. The most of who, though? Or just the most of yourself? No worries. I struggle to remember username. Well, their usernames are right in front of our faces, so it should be pretty easy to see someone's name there. Because the thing is, there's a list of all of everybody's real names, but not everybody has that. So, yeah. You think that is the idea? Nobody really loses sleep over what someone else reads. Yeah. Well, some people do. Some people do. Lola, you know that. I find a lot of people compare reading accomplishments, and it isn't cute, right? Like, not everybody has 18 hours a day to do nothing but read. Most of us have things to do. And, like, there are days when I don't read at all, simply because I've just been busy running around and I haven't had time to sit down, or, like, there's days I don't knit because of the same thing. If I, am driving, like last weekend, I can't remember when it was, 2 weekends ago, I was away, but I had to drive 4 hours each way. That's time I'm not spending reading or knitting or anything. And then when I got there, I'm like, I don't feel like doing anything. So yeah, we should not be comparing, like, how much you read. You shouldn't be comparing it to anybody else. That's undue pressure on yourself, really. Yeah. If someone, I know you're Jean. It's that when someone said Jen, I'm like, I don't know who Jen is in this with the screen names. So if someone says they've read 100 books, my question is, how many pages did you actually read? Yeah, because if you're reading 100-page books, that's a lot different than reading The Goldfinch, which was like 800 pages or something. And then there's like this 1,100-page book that Lola's got up here on the list. So yeah, you can read books that are pamphlets, basically, and call it a book. Like, I've got tiny little thin books on very niche topics, but they're like 20 pages long. So yeah, to say I've read that many books, yeah, I think we gotta, if we're gonna start making comparisons like that, then we need to say, well, how many of them were at least 300 pages or something? And then we go on a downward spiral of, losing all of our joy of reading. I think someone said about 15 years. Oh my goodness. I sometimes think about 15 years ago-ish. In 2014, my university teacher said she was doing a challenge to read only women authors. Like, I don't get that. Like, I'd rather just read good books is what I would read, rather than limiting myself. I read mostly women's. I read a mix of everything, really. Lola's saying, Anne, I've read an insane amount this year, and I promise I paid attention. Yeah, Lola has read a lot. But how many of them are audiobooks that you could like listen to in a day, versus if you read, like, held the book, it would take you maybe a week or something. Like, do you mostly do audio? Librarian saying I tend to read shorter books and I read a lot, as in most days. Yeah. And how much have you read? Lola's read so many books. I can't keep up. That's why I love Ren saying that's why I love Storygraph. It tracks the books, pages, and audio hours, and then the book type, as in physical books, ebooks, and audiobook. Interesting. That now, see, that's handy for data tracking. That is super handy. The audio hours, I think that's kind of neat, because I just I don't know if Goodreads does anything even close to that. Librarian has read 51 books already this year. Woo! That's good. That's awesome. So if you've read 51 books in, let's say, 3 months, yeah, you'd be up in the 200 mark by the end of the year. Yeah, good for you. That's awesome. Yeah, that's amazing. 100% audio. I can't read physically without getting migraines. Yeah, I find that the audio helps because it's just faster than turning pages. It tends to, and then you can do other things. Like, this is what I find is like, well, when I'm reading, I can't do anything else. So I need to, if I could listen to audio, then I would be able to, fold the laundry and do the dishes and knit and do all kinds of other things, and not be just doing one thing at a time. But maybe doing one thing at a time is good. I don't know. Spare the brain, right? I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. Sorry, everybody. So, all right. So 8 minutes from now, we're going to go into our first sprint. And I'm going to be working on figuring out a schedule for Maker's Quest, because I'm looking at that schedule, and then I've got to kind of get my schedule and layer them to see when I'd be able to do Maker's Quest sprints. So I'll be adding another day to my schedule here on YouTube. And don't worry, Lola, if you can't make it, you can't make it. It's all good. And so I'm going to be doing that. I need to continue filming my strawberry purse video. I'm doing like a knit along teaching how to make it, because it's not quite a beginner pattern, but I thought, you know what, there's people who've seen it who might want to make it and might be intimidated by it. So I'm filming a knit along. I need to still figure out the hotel situation for Ottawa this weekend, or in 2 weeks, I think. 18 days, 17 days, I believe. I leave for Ottawa for one night. But it's a piping competition, and not a lot of people know this, but the venue has been double booked. So the piping organizers, like the organizers of the Highland Games and the piping and drumming competitions, they have not told anybody that they don't actually have this venue booked. And I just happened to be, I was going to look for an Airbnb or a Vrbo or something in that community where it's being held. And I went to their Facebook group, and I see, oh, these two events on the same day. I'm like, oh, there's a craft sale at the games. Yay. Apparently, no. Apparently, the craft sale is the actual booking, and the piping and drumming is not. And we're supposed to be going to a piping and drumming competition. And I went to the organizers and I said, just so you know, this conversation is taking place. I went to the other parents that I know were planning on taking their kids to this competition to let them know, just there's going to be a venue change. Stay tuned. And I think it was like Saturday or Sunday, I went back to the organizers and I'm like, is there any update on this? Because you keep promoting this event, but you're not promoting that it's not where you're telling people. So I don't even know if it's going to be in the same town, and I don't want to book a hotel room or an Airbnb or anything without knowing for sure. Without knowing for sure what's going on. One of the moms has already booked a hotel about 20 minutes away from the town that the contest is supposed to be. So this is the craziness that we're dealing with right now. And they're like, oh, we're going to post an update on Tuesday. And I'm like, you should have been posting an update letting people know that there's an issue, that you're working on it, because some of us know there's an issue and nobody knows what's going on. So anyway, that's my stress today of trying to book this hotel. And I have to finalize the script for a funeral on Saturday. The person died in November, and we did their graveside, and then her husband wants to do a celebration of life. So it's coming up this weekend. So I need to finalize the script, get everything that I need from this woman's husband, and see, just pull everything together. So we're good to go on Saturday. In case anybody's confused right now, I'm a minister. I go to a lot of funerals. I don't do weddings so much anymore, but funerals for sure. So, and no, I'm not like, we're not gonna start preaching. We'll not be preaching here. I do lots on my audio, but not only. No, I often see you with a book in your hand. So yeah, I can see that you do both. Audio on the train or while walking. See, I would love to listen to a book while I walk. Anna's saying, Anne is saying to Lola, what I was saying is counting 100-page book is the same as Bleak House is definitely different. Yeah. I'd be like, how many of those books were at least 300 pages? So these are not like little kid toddler books. Lola's saying, Ren, I have a spreadsheet that keeps all that tracked. I can't get Storygraph to import my Goodreads. Oh, that's a shame. Ren is saying, I prefer audio for longer books so they become less daunting to read, but I end up reading physically if I don't like the narrator. Oh, I guess that makes a big difference. Yeah. Lola's saying, Anne plus Bleak House is not the same language as now or as fast paced. Librarian saying, I decided to start with my library book. Well, one of them. Good. Because you got to return them. It's a Norwegian nonfiction about Donald Duck. Very cool. Very cool. Running out to an appointment, leaving on the TV. Thank you so much, Jean. I hope it's a nice appointment. Hopefully we'll see you later. I'll be here till 5. Lola's saying, let me know about this Maker Quest journey. Yeah, it's the same as this, but we'll just be crafting. It's like super chill. Librarian saying what's happening in Ottawa. The piping contest. I should have said it right at the beginning. So yeah, you were valid to ask. Donald, right? Librarian saying, thinking of going away on Saturday. A fave author of mine is going to a city 4 hours away. Ooh, that'll be a fun adventure. Let us know if you do that. Norwegians love Donald Duck. I was wondering about that because I know, like in France, don't they love like Mickey Mouse and like other European countries? But I think I've heard this because when you said Donald Duck, I was like, of course you like Donald Duck. Thinking of going to the store, want to buy more tea. Nice. Tickle the like button. The tea, but the wrong kind. I totally get that. I think I'm going to go to the Highland Games this year. Might be interesting. Yep, I'll see you there. Alicia, hello. Just joining. We'll be tidying up a few things. Need to get meds from the pharmacy. I hope you're okay. I hope it's just like, your allergy meds and we're not back to being sick again. Awesome sauce. Okay, so that's 11:45. And we're going to sprint. We'll do an hour for this first, the first sprint, and we'll see how we do. I got to get some stuff done. And allergy meds and the sexy pills. Keep everything on track. Keep everything moving the way it should be. And keep the babies at bay. Yes, keep the babies at bay. Okay. All right, everybody. Let me know what you're going to be working on for the next hour. If you have pictures of your work, your snacks, your pets, anything that you would like me to share later when we do the sharing portion of our sprints today, please drop them into my Discord. Put them in the chit chat little section there, and then I'll be able to find them easily. And then we'll do some sharing, a little show and tell later on. Okay. Happy sprinting, everyone. Oh, and if you'd like music, let me know in the comments, in the chat, and I'll pop some music on for us. All right, how did we do? I'm going to scroll back through the comments. There we are. There we are. Awesome sauce. And I should, there we are. Trying to find where that comment was that I could hide it. So Alicia's saying hello to Lola. Lola saying, hey. Anne is saying, well, that didn't work. She suggested ordering another copy, but I would have to pay for it, whether it was better or not. She suggested a magnifying glass for the audio. Oh, this was at your friend's bookstore. I was thinking, was this the library? No, it's your friend's bookstore. So you've purchased this book. The print is too small, and she won't let you trade it. I guess it's a business. It's kind of fair. But yeah, they have these sheets that are magnifying, that are like the size of a book. And they're magnifying, and I've seen some that even light up too. The only thing is you got to move it to turn the page. So, but that might help. But then you have to, are you going to buy a tool to read a book that you're probably never going to need again, because you're not going to order a small print book again? Carmen is saying hello. I'm reading Breach of Duty by J.A. and I actually looked it up, Jantz, this morning, and prepping for my grandson's visit this afternoon. Yay, that's so nice. Yeah, I did look it up. I've got it sitting here so we can chat about it. And BookTube Mama came in and reminded us to take care of ourselves. Have some water. Check on your laundry. If you're like me, it may have been sitting there for a few days. Check your laundry, and don't forget to click the like button, click the subscribe button, ding the bell. And we were chatting about this last night. I did not realize. So, because I'm always telling people to click the bell twice, because if you click it once, it's kind of iffy. But if you click it twice, then it gives you a little drop down, and then you can choose all notifications. Now, I get so many notifications, I'm like starting to turn them off. But people were saying that they've done all of that and they still don't get notifications. And sometimes we'll get notifications like the day after someone was live. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's brutal. You get it together, YouTube. Come on. It's one little thing. It's not that hard. And people pay money. YouTube double dips on the money situation here, because they will take your money for like a premium membership, so you don't see ads. And they take money from advertisers to play ads. So they're like, it doesn't matter who is here. YouTube is making money off of it. But yeah, ring the bell. I did not know. I'll sometimes get like 5 notifications about the same video. It's like, wow. And I did not know that there are lots of people who they just still aren't getting the notifications. So yeah. BookTube Mama, I was saying hello. How's you? Coffee. Coffee. I might actually make myself another cup of coffee. Anne saying, I really wanted to read It Can't Happen Here, but it's not worth a headache. Going to try Flashlight by Susan Choi. Flashlight, Susan. There it is. All right. We'll pop that onto our list for later. Lola's getting ice cream. I will have some tiger tail, please. Karma's saying yes, please. Yeah. Kelsey Bops, happy Tuesday, everyone. Just got home from my local library book sale. Fun. I love the library book sales. And we have we have our library, but then we have like a community center, and it has this massive gym, and the book sale is in there. It's huge. It's awesome. So Kelsey's going to make a coffee and settle into sprints. Awesome sauce. We will be here till 5 o'clock Toronto time. That is 5 o'clock. That's 10 o'clock UK time. And if you're on the West Coast, so I think that's 2:00. So Alicia did her errand, went to the pharmacy and is eating lunch. What are you having? A librarian read 20 pages. Awesome. Magnifying glasses come in handy for other things, especially as we get older. Yeah, I can't see a thing. You know, it's so crazy. I have like super duper distance vision. I had my eyes lasered, but I can't, like, people will hand me their phone and say, look, and I'm like, okay, I can't see anything that close to my face. Like, like I need longer arms. So yeah, I've got like magnifying glasses. I'll sometimes like photograph something and then blow it up to see it. I'll also use like cheaters. Like I'll go to the dollar store and buy like 20 pairs of cheater glasses and distribute them around the house. Because yeah, seeing these things up close. That's why even my my scripts for funerals and weddings are like 14 point, sometimes 16 point if I know it's a dark venue, so that I don't have to wear my glasses. And Lola's saying hi to Kelsey and Carmen. Cormans, hello. How are you? I added your book to my list. The Hail Mary, is that what it's called? I don't think that's the whole name, but I added that to my list because you were talking about it. And I was like, oh yeah, that book. A library sale is fun. Absolutely. Because it does two things. You get cheap books, right? You're getting like for like $1, but it supports the library. And we already talked about how important libraries are. So I don't know who Sarah is. Hey, Lola. Don't know who Christina is. You can only get so many notifications. So be really choosy on who you put on. Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Project Hail Mary. That's it. Thank you. I knew it was Hail Mary something. I knew it was like a football kind of thing. Not that I know much about football, but I know that that is the movie is fun for the Martian too. See, now I'm like, I have to read this book and see the movie, though I'll probably end up seeing the movie first. And then I'll read the book. I actually do that quite often. I'd rather see the movie and then read the book and then watch the movie again. I do that a lot. I do that. Don't know who's you're saying. Okay, we go by, just so that you know, here on this channel, we go by screen names so that it's inclusive. Because when we start using secret names for people and nobody knows who's being spoken to, especially for new people, it's I know how I feel when I'm in a situation like that. I just leave. And so we use screen names here. So when you're talking to people, I don't know who that is. We're just going to skip right over. That is the title. Yes, it's Project Hail Mary. And Core Moods did a review of the book and talked about the movie. And that was sort of kind of sealed the deal for me. I was like, okay, I think I need to read this. Yeah, so I'm never going to use people's human names. I'm only going to use your screen names just to keep it inclusive for everybody. And then I don't like, I want to have to learn 20 names for each person, really is what it boils down to. So we just use screen names here to keep it easy for everybody. Lola sent me a picture that just basically describes today in Southern Ontario. Oh, you know what? I forgot to switch it. Ugh. These, when you take an image from Discord, it makes it a WebP. I don't know what that is. And those files don't work anywhere. So you have to convert them to other files. So I'm just converting it now to a JPEG. There we go. So this is Southern Ontario today. The other day I was worried about getting a sunburn. Today it's a snow day. So yeah, that's about what summed it up. What summed that up? Yeah, thank you. Because I know everybody's like, no, call me by my real name. And I'm like, I'm never going to remember it. Especially, I don't have a face to connect it to, really. Like, I got like tiny little pictures, but mostly it's about everybody feeling included and part of the conversation and not being excluded because they don't know who all the secret code names are. That's all. That is it. So that's what today in Southern Ontario looks like. I was sweating and worried about a sunburn a few days ago, and now it's like minus something and snowing. It stopped snowing. And if it, you know what, it was really, really pretty, actually. And I think if it was November or December, we'd be pretty excited. But at this point now, it's like, I'm done. I don't want any more snow. I'm totally done. So for my thing, I did reach out to Cherry to ask her about the date and time that I'm choosing to do Maker's Quest. I just want to make sure I'm doing it right, because it's what do they call those? Like an Excel, it's a spreadsheet. I'm not very good at spreadsheets. In fact, I hate them. Just like, I'm scared of them, and I'm always afraid, like, no matter what I touch, it's going to like affect everything. And so I've just kind of avoided spreadsheets as much as possible. And now I have two open on my screen. One is for Maker's Quest, and one is the BookTube Bible. So it's so I sent a message to ask, am I doing this right? And then once I know that I'm doing it right, then I'll be locked in for Maker's Quest, and we'll be doing those. The day I'm looking at is Wednesdays. So that'll be coming up soon. So we're just working on schedules right now, because I got a little bit of a crazy life, even though I'm home a lot, but there's all kinds of things going on. Like, I was thinking, oh, maybe Wednesday evening, but I can't do that because my son has a bagpipe lesson at 8:00 on Wednesdays. So I'd be yelling over his bagpipes on my live. It will be the loudest sprints ever. And BookTube Mama saying it's 28 -2 here today. The sun is out. We still have snow on the ground, and it was snowing yesterday. Yeah. Kind of done. I think the temperature is about the same here. Let me just look on my little handy dandy weather app. I looked earlier, it said -3, but let's see what it's saying now. That it is afternoon. Yeah, -3. So yeah, good times. Good times. And it's weird, like Easter was so early this year that it was like, I mean, I remember when I was young and it was about, your Easter dress and everything. Yeah, there was none of that, because you would have had to have been bundled up. On Sunday, it was so cold that we went to walk around. A couple of friends of my son came into town for the afternoon, and we went for lunch, and then we went to walk around the shops, and it was way too cold. Way too cold. Core Moods is saying -2 is the heart of winter here. It's a toasty, sunny 16 degrees, but did snow and hail a few days ago. Yeah. So -2 is the heart of winter here. Wow. -35 is the heart of winter here. Like, it's so cold that if it got colder, it really wouldn't matter. Like, you wouldn't feel, like, once it hits like -20, anything colder than that, you can't really feel the difference. Like, it's just cold. Cars don't start. The schools aren't open. Blah blah blah. It's a fascinating thing. But so, where, BookTube Mama, where are you? You must be somewhere like north. Are you in Northern America? And Core Moods, you're in. Are you in Holland? Am I remembering that right? School shut down in the Netherlands. Okay, so I did get it right. In the Netherlands, it's the apocalypse. Well, it's so fun. We're like -5. I might put a coat on. Like, Canadians we're built very different. I think Canadians and Russians, like Russians who live like in Siberia and places like that Canadians and Siberians we're built probably quite similar. But yeah, -5. I'd put a coat on. And it's so cute when I see all the places like Scotland and England and places like that, and they got like a dusting of snow and the whole country is shut down. And we're like, oh, and I get it. You don't have the infrastructure for it, right? Like here we have snow tires and 4x4 and boots and coats and all of it. So we just get on with it, right? But when you're not used to that and suddenly like your whole country is shut down because of a dusting of snow, it's very sweet. Very sweet. Kelsey Bops is saying it will be 90 where she lives next week. I would complain, but at least all my flowers are blooming instead of more snow. Yeah. Yeah. I think maybe we'll start seeing crocuses soon here. But yeah. I saw downtown on Sunday, I saw there's like a little cafe and it had a planter box at its window. And there were flowers. And I was like, I think these are real. So they won't last long. They will not last long. The defective rain we got yesterday may hit you sometime today. Oh, I did see on my weather app that there's rain coming. So there we go. Yeah, we'll probably, because like when I look at what's happening like a couple hours west of me, I'm like, okay, that's my head start. Get the laundry in, you know. Holland is part of the Netherlands. It's like, oh, well, what's the Netherlands then? I thought Holland was the Netherlands. So obviously I'm wrong. What is the rest of the Netherlands? We're going to learn something here today. Buckle up, everyone. Same here. Snow days not a thing. Yeah. The only reason, like growing up, I didn't have snow days because I walked to school. My son, he takes the school bus to school. So the school buses get canceled. That's it. He's home for the day. And he's been home for 5 days. I love my son, but you know what I mean? Like I need him to go to school. I need him to go do something. And like at Christmas time, they were off for like 16 days or something. And then 3 more days because of the weather and the snow. And they were off at least 1 day a week in January. They still have school because you know what I see, like when there's a snow day and then all the old people in town are like, where are the kids to shovel my snow? And it's like, they're in school. And they're like, no, they're not. There's no school today. And it's like, just because they're not physically in the school building, they still have school. Like my son's teachers are still teaching and still putting the homework and the assignments up and everything. So yeah. But he needs to go do something else besides being in my face all day. If it's cold, the kids just dress warm. Yeah, we have all the gear here. We're ready to go. BookTube Mom is saying at least that what seems to happen. I have few friends down in Ontario. Yeah, well, we do. It does. The weather does tend to blow from the west to the east. So yeah, you're absolutely. It might not make it to me, but your weather might make it to like Windsor and that sort of southwest Ontario area. If you're down there, I can see America from my house because I can see across Lake Ontario, and there's a little smokestack of a coal plant. Defective rain equals snow. Oh, I love that. I love that. Okay, I didn't connect that at all. I'm like, defective rain. What's that? Snow days were different back before. Oh, they haven't changed here. They're the same. They're the same as they were. Kids are they're home for the day. So Corbett is saying there are 12 parts of the Netherlands. 2 of them are called North Holland and South Holland, because that's where the port cities that used to trade are, like Amsterdam, The Hague, and Rotterdam. So is the whole country called like the Netherlands, and then you have like districts within the Netherlands? Is that right? Like Canada. Canada's a country, but we have provinces and territories. Or like I live in a county that has 7 cities, 7 towns within this county. Snow days here were days off since COVID. Teachers can do online things. Oh, yeah, no, we've always had it. We have this system here called EdSpy, and it's a website where you access everything for your students, your kids. I can communicate with the teachers through there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So even before COVID, if they would still pop the assignments in there, and then the kids could still keep up. Like, back then my son was little, but he knew that he had to read, 3 chapters or do his math homework or whatever. So yeah, we had the online school portal basically before COVID as well. And then but even now, like, the teachers don't do a Zoom call and teach a lecture. They will pop all the assignments into the portal so the kids know what to be working on today. The whole country is the Netherlands. Okay, thank you. That makes sense, because I've always been like, why is it when people say the Netherlands, Holland, like, why does it have 2 different names? So the whole country is Netherlands. And then is like Holland, like North Holland, South Holland, places like that. Are those cities, or are they districts? Are they like sections? Like what would you call them? And I know I'm asking you to call it something in English, even though you may not have a word in English. Nowadays, everything is digital, even in the classroom. Yeah, I don't love it. I don't love it. So I went to college. I've been to college a few times. The last time was 2015. I started in 2014 and finished in 2015. So it took me about a year to do the program that I was doing, and it was all online. Long before COVID, it was all online. We used a program called Blackboard. And every Monday, the instructor would put all of the assignments, the reading, everything. There would be a test or a quiz or an essay due, yada, yada. And that was all online. So the new day started midnight, like 12:01 a.m. on Monday. So you had to have all your stuff in by midnight on Sunday for it to count for that week's work. That was a long time ago, but long before COVID and everything. Like, even back then, like 11 years ago, 12 years ago, school was online. It's like the States. So does each little section of Netherlands, does it have its own government? So do you have like 7 or 8 different governments within one country, or is it just one government over the whole country? BookTube Mom is saying the schools here just made kids go longer in June to make up for snow days if they had too many. They would plan for a few, so the school year was longer than 180 days, which is how many they need. Interesting. Yeah, we don't do that here. Because it's online. The teachers still send out the schoolwork every day. Norway has 15 districts. And are those like cities, towns? Do you have 15 different local governments, or just one main government? We're getting a civics lesson here. I love it. So they would schedule like 190, and if we had more than 10 snow days, we would make them up in June. Interesting. So you can't even plan your summer holidays. You have to like factor in those extra 10 days just in case. Librarian is saying I did lots of online school during my English year. I did 1 year of English at university. Very good. Very good. My youngest uses Blackboard, but he goes to school online. My eldest went to a brick and mortar, but they do not use any online until his senior year, but he'll be 30 on the 22nd. Yeah, my son's only not even 18 yet. He'll be 18 in a couple weeks. But I don't think he's ever used Blackboard. He's only ever used the like Zoom or EdSpy, which is the online education system we have here. Interesting. So your youngest has never been to like inside a school? It's just all online? I knew somebody else who did that. They did their whole high school online. They finished their high school in like a year and a half and then started working. Started a business, saved up their money, and then started taking courses. He ended up being a photographer. And when he was 16 years old, I was doing a lot of weddings, and it was during lockdowns and stuff. So it was really hard to get wedding vendors. And so I would often hire him. I would tell a couple, don't worry, I got someone. And he was an incredible photographer. And let me see if I can quickly find a photo that he took of me. Let me see here. Yeah, he took that photo of me. And that ended up being my branding photo for about 4 years. So, yeah, that was, but he did his school. He started high school when everybody else started high school, but because he did it online, had it all done by the time he was 16, and yeah, started his photography business. And off we would go. There we go. You can go through the whole country in 3 hours. Different governments would be fine. Well, that's the thing is I'm wondering, like, why have districts if they don't have local governments? So do you have so you don't have like all these mayors all over the place. It's just one national government, like, because see, Canada's so huge, like every 10 steps you need a new government. Librarian saying we would have 1 week a month in university and then 1 week in online class. Oh, that's nice. Because then being home is nice because then you can catch up on all your stuff at the same time as you're doing school. 2014, 2015. Yeah, that's the time I was in college using Blackboard. Everything was online. So you do have 15 local governments. Nice. We almost always go at least halfway through June. We're not allowed to start. But we're not allowed to start until after Labor Day. Interesting. So we always go right to the end of June. Usually around the 26th, 27th of June is the last day of school. For example, here in Norway, high schools are all under the district government system. Yeah, so like your local mayor and council of each district would be in charge of, we say parks and garbage. That's what they should be in charge of. They think they're in charge of much more. Our schools are the same 180-day school year. My kiddos have early dismissal Mondays, so they have makeup days. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we don't have that. Nice. Oh, it's all about me. Deal with it. And this one is beauty, brains. It's always something with me. And then this has, I can't help being perfect. Someone sent it to me like probably about 15 years ago. And because I think I had said something on a call sometime like, I can't help it that I'm perfect. Like being, kind of bitchy and snarky to somebody who was being snarky to me. And so she sent me this mug because it had that on it. Thank you. Let's have another look. There we go. That was a spring day. We just ran around the town with a camera. And, there were trees, there were brick walls, there were cars, there were all kinds of things. And so this happened to be, I was just like, just keep taking photos. I'm a big believer in you take 5,000 photos because the money shot is in there somewhere. It is in there somewhere. And actually what I did was I turned this picture into a cartoon and then made stickers that I put on the back of the envelopes that have your marriage paperwork in it so that people could always find their envelope from me quickly. Thank you so much, everybody. It is a photo that I love. I do love that photo. Absolutely. Book to Mama saying they use Engagely now, but they used to use Blackboard when he was in elementary school. They keep changing the platform. The new one they just started this year. Well, I haven't used Blackboard since 2015, so I don't even know what it looks like. As soon as I graduated, I was like, do not need to look at this anymore. He went to brick and mortar for preschool for a couple years, and then we had issues with getting him in kindergarten, so he goes online. Oh, is there like over enrollment? Is that what's going on? That you there were no spots in kindergarten? Because I've seen that happen, where you end up like a whole, and I don't know why, like, people don't talk to each other. The schools won't be prepared for a baby boom. So then the next thing, 5 years later, there's no room for kids. It's like, well, did you not notice the birth rate suddenly spiked the year we had that blackout? Like how did you not know that how many kids were coming up into kindergarten? Core Moods is saying the districts have federal power when it comes to roads, water infrastructure, public transfer, and city planning, and the fish doorbell. The fish doorbell. Librarian saying not sure what the local government does except high schools, something probably. Well, if it's anything like my town, there's like 18,000 people here, so it's not a huge place. And so they sort of manage getting doctors. They manage garbage, kind of. See, garbage is county. We have our school board, which is a whole different map. like there's like 5 different maps you would lay over, and none of them are the same in terms of who takes care of what. So here we have like parks and roads and infrastructure, all that kind of stuff. The school board would handle the schools, and the county. So there's 7 towns in this county, and each town has its own mayor and council, but the county handles certain things like healthcare, housing, like homelessness is county. And what else is county? Garbage is county. Yeah, it's like weird. The mayor is charge of a town. Yeah, that's what we have here. The district would be district boss. Yes. And I think public transit is under district. Yeah. Yes, our public transit is the mayor and council. Yeah. Good thinking. If you take lots of photos, you'll find some great ones. Yeah. Like I figure in there is the money shot where everyone's eyes are open. Because when you take like all the pictures and somebody has their eyes closed. Luckily for us, he graduates in May, so I won't have to deal with the changes. In June, I am so happy. I never want to have to deal with a public school ever again, or the school board ever again. I'm so done. Saying he's autistic. So this is BookTube Mama's son who couldn't get into kindergarten. He's autistic but high functioning, and they kept saying that they did not have the resources for him, which is illegal. They wanted him to go to one school that does not integrate the kids. So what kind of resources would they need? I feel like there's some obligation that they have to bring in a resource if they don't have it, and it's required. So they're basically saying, we can't be bothered, so go find somewhere else. No likey. I have to have my eyes closed in photos. My son does too. So I always, every time I'm taking a photo of him, I'm like, open your eyes. I'll just yell, open your eyes. And I've done that. We were at a convention, and there was politicians, there was all kinds of people there, a lot of Canadian famous people there. And I was taking a picture of my son with someone, and I said, open your eyes. And the other man, he's like, it's like, not you. You had your eyes open. Yeah. BookTube Mom is saying, I have no idea that by law they're supposed to bring in the resources for the kids. It's open enrollment. Right. Like if they don't have the resources on site, they should be bringing it in. That's the whole point. Lola's saying, I can see Ohio from my beach. I'm behind in the chat. Yes. If I look across Lake Ontario, I can see New York. Or just a local beach. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I missed this. I missed a comment. It jumped. You have a private beach. No. But where we are, there's loads of beaches. Like there's like I live in a beach town. So I can walk to the beach. Just because a child is special needs does not mean they need to be separate from the other kids. I think that I agree, but then I think there's going to be times when perhaps that is not ideal for anybody. And I've seen it in the schools where we are, where one school is one classroom, an entire classroom is being dominated by a situation. And so the 25 other kids, they're not getting their education. And one kid needs a whole different kind of education. And so I'm like, I think it's like, there's so much from like my personal opinion is that things need to be handled on a by case basis of what each individual can handle and what each individual actually really needs. Because yeah, like if you're trying to make somebody be educated in a mainstream classroom and that's just not working, that's going to dominate the whole classroom for everybody. And then nobody's getting what they need. And I've seen it here, and there's a reason why there's a lot of people here put their kids in French immersion to kind of get out of that situation. Yeah, it's a lot. And I think that, because they need more help or they need a different kind of help. That's what I've noticed is like, sometimes it's like a teacher can't teach 25 different ways for 25 different brains. So it's like, yeah, kids with a certain kind of thinking, a kind of operating, I don't know a good way to describe it. Let's help them the way they need to be helped and teach them the way they need to be taught. And I know that myself. If somebody's like listening to a lecture, I learn nothing. I learn by doing. So even just myself, I know my own style of learning is different from other people. Some people need to read, some people need to hear, some people need to do. And so it's like there needs to be a way of teaching that can help everybody, and that doesn't necessarily always mean everyone together. I mean, I was in gifted classes, so I was being pulled out of class too. But then the same school did the same to my eldest too. The school catered to the mainstream, so the ones falling behind and the ones that need more challenge. Yes. They get in trouble. Yes, listen, nothing more dangerous than a bored, exceptionally intelligent student, because they'll find something to do. And you might not like it. So yeah, like some kids need to be taught certain things separately. And I mean, I remember when I was in school, like in the 70s and 80s, particularly in the 70s, in the public school I went to, we had a special ed class. And so they got taught in a way that they best learned, and we got taught in a way that we best learned. But then the two groups were brought together all the time for like gym class and art class, and you know what I mean? So we weren't completely separated, but we were separated in a way that we were all getting the education we needed in a way that was effective. But yeah, the ones that need the help get left behind, and the ones that need more challenges get left behind, because yeah, the mainstream, absolutely. Lola's saying, I don't have a private beach, but I mean the one in the town. Yeah. The class they wanted him in. Oh, yeah. See, because he's just like, he's not special needs. He doesn't need a special ed class. He just needed some resources to, and I feel like there's loads of kids out there who could be just fine in a mainstream classroom with some extra supports to just help them keep moving forward and keeping up. And yes, autism is different. It goes by child. So my son has he's a tiny bit tiny little bit. And I knew when he was like maybe 3. He didn't speak till he was almost 2.5. He still doesn't speak very much, but he's just quiet. But I knew when he was little, but I never did anything about it. So, are you saying, sorry, you don't have a private beach? Parties at my private beach. Can see mountains from my veranda. We'll take some pictures. Let's see them. Jump into the Discord and post your pictures, and then we'll share them here. And with these classes, they're completely separate except for lunch, and then the other kids won't play with them. Yeah, there needs to be more integration. Even if you're going to have 2 separate classrooms for 2 separate ways of learning and teaching, you have to bring them together for more than just sitting together at lunch. You're supposed to, like, everybody needs to be able to exist together. And I think, that's why when I was a kid, like, we had the special ed class was with the mainstream classes for certain parts of the day, not just lunch, but it was lunchtime. We all played together out in the schoolyard, but we did, art class and gym class and things like that together. And those kids, we knew them all because they would do things like skate sharpening. So when we all needed our skates sharpened, we went to the special ed class and we would drop off our skates and then come back and our skates were all sharpened and stuff like that. And they learned life skills that we didn't learn. Absolutely. Legally, hold on. I think a Mountain View would be amazing. Legally, the schools are supposed to get those extra supports when needed, but they were refusing. Did you escalate it at all? Because if the answer is no, I can totally understand why. Because sometimes it's like, I'm just trying to survive the day. I don't have time to take on a legal battle with a school, but you could still afterwards. Also, the class size is important. I have never been in a class with more than 14 students. 18 students in one class at university was a shock. Interesting, because they say that 22 is the magic number for a class size, because it's enough people that you have diversity of thought and that you can challenge each other and then do projects together, like collaborations, but also be challenged. And it's the inverted U. And I actually, when we were at the open house for the university that my son's going to go to, I was talking to the business teacher about that. And I said, oh, you mean the inverted U? And he was like, oh my gosh, you know what that is. Thank you. And it's when you go up and you peak here and then you go down. So like a roller coaster. And it was Malcolm Gladwell had written one of his books. He talked about this, and it was that all the experts across the board in North America, I don't know about other parts of the world, but in North America said that 22 is the magic number for an ideal classroom. And they talked to teachers and daycare workers, everybody, and they all agreed, yeah, 22. And I'm like, I don't know. My son's always been in class sizes close to 30. So it's, but he's also in French immersion, international baccalaureate. It's a higher level education than the general mainstream English education here. Because in Canada, you can do French or English. Kelsey's saying to BookTube Mama, I was a behavioral aide for children with autism for years. I followed my clients through school, and I had so many issues trying to enforce the IEPs of my clients with the school board. Thank you for saying that, because I was trying to remember what it was. And I'm like, I know it's got letters, but it's like the extra supports, the IEP. Separating them tells the other kids they're different, and that age different is not usually good. And at that age, different is not usually good. Yeah, there needs to be more integration. Absolutely. Because the thing is it's like people say, well, they're still being separated. Well, so the grade 2s are still being separated from the grade 3s. So it's okay to separate classes based on what people's needs are, the needs of the students. But yeah, there needs to be more together. They should be spending more time together than they're spending apart, so that everybody can just exist together and grow up together. And No, I tried a Montessori school, which would have been perfect, but they wouldn't. Oh, interesting. Because my son went to Montessori for 2 years and then he went into French immersion. Interesting. So I gave up and found an online school and did that with some homeschool techniques. Luckily, I'd gone to school for education, just did not finish. Well, good for you, Mama. You're a great example of, the idea that it doesn't have to look the same for everybody. We get so institutionalized and this belief that everything has to be the same. Everyone has to go through the same path in school and then go to university and get a degree and do this and do that and whatever. And there's more than one path to that. There's more than one way to get there. And I love that you fought for your child and you found a path that works for you and didn't buckle to the pressure, that mainstream pressure of what you're supposed to be doing. So kudos to you. Yes, that was a lady that just followed one kid around while he walked around poking people, but they could not take him. Huh. Weird. Rude. The first school we tried was a charter school, and they had multiple grades per classroom, which is great for those that need more challenges. The grade ones learn with the grade 2 and 3. Oh, yeah, I had that when I was in grade 2. I think I was in a 2-3 split, which was kind of neat because then when I went to grade 3, it was just a grade 3 class, but the kids that were in the 2-3 split that went on to grade 4, we were still like friends with them because we had been together all year in the same classroom. Interesting. And I think even my son was in like a 3-4 split or something. One of them was a split class at some point. All right, that is 1:30. And we should probably do a good solid sprint. So shall we do 60 minutes or 90 minutes? Let me know in the chat and then I'll get it set up for us. And I've got to do some filming. I finished up the knitting, the strawberry to the point now where I'm going to do the little leaves. So I got to film that. That's where I'm at because I've been filming as I've been going along to do a tutorial knit along for the little strawberry purses. So I've got to do that. And I've got to check and see. Oh, Cherry's got back to me saying, did you choose your own time zone at the top? No, I did not. I did not do that. So I'm all over the map here. Did not choose my own time zone. So I'll need to go back to the Excel spreadsheet and try not to blow it up by changing my time zone. Okie dokie. Let's 3 p.m., 90 minutes. I think that's a good solid sprint. We're going to get a lot of stuff done. I may actually get to cross off the very first thing on my list. That would help. That would help a lot. All right, everybody, let me know in the chat what you're going to be working on. And if you want me to change to a 60-minute sprint, just say, we can do that. Lola's saying 90 works. Okay, don't leave. We need the watch hours. Okay, don't leave your favorite creators when they do sprints because then we lose you and we don't get our watch time. So hang around. Just leave me running in the background. Thanks. Happy sprinting. Okay, how did we do? Let me see where we were. There we go. Geeky Witch was saying that she's having a day of work insanity, so she popped in to say hi quickly and boop the like button. Thank you so much for popping in. And I was saying hello. And Anne is saying that she switched books, reading The Nights Are Quiet in Tehran by Shida Baziar. I hope I didn't butcher that. My daughter is out of school this week and wanted lunch. Oh, is it like March break, but you have it in April? Because, yeah, my son was just home for March break, and I was home for 5 days. Home for 5 days. Okay, so Lola told us about a book, and Ladies of the Club. It was published in 1982, and this is the 1,100-page book, right? I believe. And it, like Goodreads, it's rated 4.15. So, and the reviews are all like, I couldn't stop reading it. I think about this book 20 years later. Like, it is really, really interesting. It's set in an Ohio town from 1868 to the early 1930s. So it will reflect that time. And there's Goodreads doesn't say what this story is about, so we're kind of piecing it together. All it says is it centers on the members of a book club and their struggles to understand themselves, each other, and the tumultuous world they live in. A true classic, it is sure to enchant, enthrall, and intrigue readers for years to come. So that's kind of interesting. It's I was trying to find like a review that basically described the book. And I wasn't finding anything. Like, there's lots of really great reviews, but nothing that sometimes you see a review that is literally what the description of the book should be without giving away too much. People are saying it took me over a year to read it. Reminds one of Jane Austen. Follows two ladies, and one in particular, who started a book club and lending library in their fictional Ohio town not long after the Civil War. Here we go. We found something here. Follows them, their families, loves and losses, and their politics into the next century. Being real historical fiction, its characters don't see the world just like we do. Their heads are filled with worries and concerns like ours are, but their assumptions about life, love, and the way things are just a little different. Interesting. Well, that sounds like a neat book. I did add it to my TBR. Maybe someday I'll read an 1,100-page book. We'll see. We will see. And librarian saying she switched books as well, picked up her knitting, and is listening to Princess Problem by Anna Harrington. Well, that sounds kind of cute. That sounds kind of cute. Who mentioned I didn't do it? I can't remember who it was that said they were reading I didn't do it. And I wasn't sure if I had the right book in front of me. But it's got a 3.5 rating, and it's about a murder at a suspense writer convention. Whew. Story within a story. There we go. So on the last sprint, I filmed the section of the strawberry purse that needed to be filmed as I was teaching how to do the little leaves. We're so close to the end. I also spoke with the husband of the woman who died, and that her funeral is this weekend. Well, her celebration of life is this weekend. And got that all done. The script is printed. I have everything I need, and it's in my leather binder, so I am ready to go. and I want to get a little gift for their son, who is maybe 6 now. I know he was 5 at the time. So I'm going to pop over to Walmart when we're finished here. And I'm going to go see if I want to get him like a beach truck. Like, you know, the plastic beach trucks. I want to get him one of those. That's what's in my mind. We'll see what happens. And then I would fill it with, like, you know, I'll put a coloring book and some crayons and some snacks and little treats for him, and then wrap it all up, and then I'll give it to him when I arrive at his mummy's funeral. Because this is a lovely family. The woman who died, her mom and her husband were just shattered, just absolutely devastated. And her mom has sent something for me to read from her because she can't do it. She knows she can't do it. So yeah, that's what's coming up. So when I leave here, I'll be going to Walmart to do that. I'm not going to Costco tonight with my husband as I usually do. Because I'm going to go to Walmart, see if I can find a little gift for the wee boy, and then go to a Legion meeting. And I'm supposed to go to another Legion meeting on Thursday, and I can't go on Thursday because I'm going to the university for a dinner with my son. And so I'm going to have to skip that meeting. So I'm going to kind of have to go to tonight's meeting. Plus there's drama, so I should probably hear what's going on. So that's what I've got going on. I've been working a little bit on another poppy pot holder. I'm going to knit probably about 15 of them this year for November 11th. There is a veterans dinner, and I want to give one to all the veterans. And so I've been working on that. So I figure if I make one a week, then I'm not feeling too pressured as we go through the summer. And then also the little poppy, the knit poppies I was making, I'm trying to make like one days because I'd like to have about 20 of them by November. So just quick little projects in between. So yeah. And librarian saying 6 of mother. Yeah, it was really sad. It was really sad. But the wee boy did everything that he needed to do. He was there at the cemetery, was there for the whole service and the burial and everything. And he leaned into it all. His dad was trying to keep him out of it, like thinking he was doing the best thing. And then I had a big conversation with his dad about how this little boy needs to experience everything. So that for him, it's cemented, it's solidified, and it's done. And so, yeah, that's what's happening there. And who was reading Breach of Duty? Because when people drop the name of the book, I pull it up, and then I don't know if you're still here. I did pull up this book, so we'll chat about it if nobody else chimes in. But 6 and Motherless, yeah. He has a very good dad, though. A very good dad. This is, not everybody receives advice on how to parent as well as this man did. Because, I kind of said, can I give you my perspective, my thoughts as a professional, a funeral professional? I've studied grief, all of this. And he was like, yeah. And I said, okay, well, here's what I would say. And I told him everything. And at the end, he was like, you're right. You're right. That's what I need to do. And I was like, great. And I said, just let it all unfold the way it unfolds at the cemetery. He'll do whatever he wants. So, and then the same thing will happen this weekend coming up. The little boy, he'll do whatever he wants. If he wants to wander around, if he wants to hang out with me, if he wants to hang out with his dad, whatever. I'm just like, just let him move around the way he wants to, in a way that feels good and healthy for him, because the point is healing. Okay, so I don't think the person who mentioned I didn't do it is still here, or Breach of Duty. Who was it that said that they're reading that? And why is the chat so quiet? Let me just check. Make sure we're still actually live and I'm not sitting here. Okay, no, I'm live. There we go. There we go. All right. I did speak to Cherry. Thank you. I know I checked and I'm like, am I still actually live? Because while we were sprinting, there was something, YouTube had a glitch. Like I got a notice saying like YouTube is having a problem. So hang tight. And I don't know if you saw it at your end, but I saw it at my end. And then it went away. So I think it was all right. I did speak to Cherry. So April 15th will be my first Maker's Quest, and it will be 12 noon EST till 5 p.m. So 5 hours. And that's in 8 days next week. So I will get that scheduled. I'm just waiting for Cherry to send me the graphic thingy. And then I'll get that scheduled, and then it will be there. I'll be part of the little trolley for it. And then I want to do the Read Your Library as well. I want to get in on that and be doing more lives. I feel like you're doing the right thing, telling the father to let his son grieve in his own way. Yeah, thank you. It's like as a funeral professional, a minister, and someone who studied grief, I'm always 100 million% going to tell people you have to lean into it. Do not keep the children out of it. Don't, because I've seen people who are like 70 years old walk into the funeral home and they're absolutely terrified. And I'll say, "Are you okay?" And they're like, I've never been to a funeral before. I'm like, how do you get to be 70 years old and never be at a funeral? Like, what amazing that somebody has lived a life that they've never had anyone close to them die. But at the same time, it's like, but here you are 70 years old and you have no idea what to do and you're scared. So, I've always been a big believer in children at funerals. Like if there's children in the family, they should be there. They're part of the story. They're part of it all. And they know what to do. Kids instinctively always know what to do. Kelsey's saying, I'm in the chat, just listening and quiet. It sounds like you've had a productive sprint. Yeah, I got a lot done. I seriously need to learn to knit. We should do maybe I'll do like a Zoom thing where I'll teach people how to knit. We'll just do very basic, easy peasy beginner baby knitter stuff. And we can all together be learning how to knit. Maybe we'll do that. Get in my Discord and so we can stay in touch, and we'll hang on, I'll pull up the link, and then that way when I put it out into the world, it's boom boom boom, there we go. You'll have access to it. You'll be able to get signed up for it. Knitting is fun. Yes. How do you mean, like, how has somebody lived to be 70 years old and not had a single person in their life die? Yeah, right. But it happens. Been to several, both my grandparents. Yep, and an acquaintance. Yeah, it's that's death is part of life, really. I learned to knit in school. Wow. They should do more of that. I don't know how much my son needed functions and calculus, but he could have learned things like cooking and banking and voting and basic stuff. When I was in school, we learned to
but great,
speak. They can hear you. You can stand up. He's like crawling along the floor to not be in the camera. Oh my goodness. We had a craft subject in middle school. Interesting. So we had family studies where we learned to sew and cook. And it's funny, I was just talking to my neighbor the other day. So he's in his 60s. And we were talking about how in high school, it would be like mandatory that you do at least one semester of home economics, so cooking and sewing, and then one semester of wood shop, metal shop. So we did it all. Knitted a beanie. Very sweet, camera shy. Well, I keep his privacy private here. I come from a community of very vicious people. I didn't know that at the time when I kind of was like involved in that side of things on YouTube. And that's part of the reason why I don't use first names here, because those people were obsessed with finding out things about people, including your first name, your address, where you work, your family members. There's somebody that I know that people contacted her work around 300 times to try to get her fired because they found out from her name where she worked, blah, 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 blah. So we keep the privacy private around here. A little shy about sharing too many details, simply because there are some pretty vicious people out there, and they may be watching right now. I don't know. Red Pill Art is saying hello. Cooking is its own subject here in Norway. Interesting. And is it mandatory to take that? Because I know that at my son's school, his high school, they have cooking, they have culinary arts. But he didn't have any time for extracurriculars. My high school experience looked like gym, art, cooking, a spare, like I was not doing the academics in high school, that's for sure. You do cooking in 9th grade, aka when you're 14 and when you're 11. Oh, nice. Yeah, I did home economics. It's grade 7, 8, 9, and 10, I believe. And yeah, it is very, very creepy. There's a lot of people, the police are constantly being called, like they're all calling the police on each other, lawyers' letters, they hunt each other down, yada, yada, yada. So that's why my son knows not to be on camera. So yeah. So it is a mandatory subject. Interesting. Okay, so I don't think the people who dropped names of books are here, so we will skip over. If Anne is still here, then we'll talk about the book that she's reading. And then we will dive into our next sprint. Yeah. I have so much to do. Oh my gosh. Kelsey's saying, I'm so jealous. My school fully cut all home economics classes. I love cooking and baking. It would have been so nice to have those skills when I was younger. Yeah, like the schools now here in Ontario, it's like it's all high academics. Like I said, functions and calculus and this and that and blah, 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 blah. And they're mandatory courses. And I'm like, well, where's the life courses? Like you've got somebody who's being forced into taking like some seriously high academic math in order to graduate. I would not have graduated. I know that for sure. But maybe there's like a world-class wedding cake baker sitting in a classroom somewhere just waiting to find that out. Where are the classes? Like I remember in high school, oh my gosh, there was like photography, like really specialized stuff that was really interesting. And the school that I had, I don't know if it was the board or the school itself, but it was a very well-rounded academic experience in that it wasn't just about academics. It was about skills and life and all kinds of things. And it's so sad that they don't have that. Like my son never got to take home economics. He did grade 7 and 8 in lockdown. So, a lot of their stuff was cut. And yeah, I just think, and we have a lot of young people. Like I'm seeing videos now of like people in their 20s and they're like, I actually know nothing. I haven't learned a thing. And I'm like, yeah, because no one taught you life. They just taught you math. And they didn't teach you life. And I think we really need to start teaching life again, Librarians saying in middle school here in Norway, you choose a third language. So I guess everybody speaks Norwegian and English, and then you choose a third. What was your third language? In high school, you choose more. I mean, I had cooking, does not mean I know cooking, but listen, I'm not very good at cooking either, but I still do it and I still vlog about it. So yeah, it was fun to do. Yep. The school system doesn't work. I know that what red pill means is doesn't work. Rethink in education. Yeah. Again, back to what BookTube Mama was saying, which is to have, that people aren't getting, no one's getting what they need. It's not even like it's being pushed down one path. It's like no one's getting what they need. And they really need to. This is why homeschooling is becoming so popular. My high school did require us to get CPR certified to graduate. Probably the only life skill they taught us. Wow. Like, not the worst thing in the world, but still. I mean, I did that in Girl Guides and Brownies. We learned how to do CPR for our badges. Norwegian, English, and the third one. What was your third language that you learned? Oh, you did French. Don't remember much. We hear French all the time here because it's Canada is a bilingual country. Lola's saying, and it wasn't useful math. It was basic and then yeah, like what do I need algebra for? And it's what I found really weird is that, my husband tells me I use algebra. And I'm like, well, not the way it was taught, like X and Y and I don't know, right? But he's like, when you're doing this and you weigh that ball of yarn to figure out the math, if you've got enough to do XYZ project or whatever, he's like, you're doing algebra. And I'm like, well, maybe if they had taught it in a knitting class, then we'd all embrace it and be good at algebra. But, but like, how do you, X and Y? I was like, no, it's not working for me. Librarian saying we learn English here from the time we're 8. I remember when I started French, I was probably 8 as well, grade 4. We started French lessons. So you learn how to conjugate avoir and être, and still you could go through an entire public school French and still never be able to speak French. Because my son was in French immersion and he's expected to speak French, he speaks French. He's actually a certified French speaker. He did the DELF exams. I do speak Spanish because I lived in South America for 11 months. Interesting. Where in South America? In 8 minutes, we'll start the next sprint, and we'll sprint for an hour, and then we'll finish up with pictures. Librarian, I got your photo that you posted. I've got it here, so we'll pop it up when we're after the next sprint. We'll share photos. So if anybody wants me to share your pet picture, what you're working on, your view, your lunch, whatever, just pop it into the chit chat portion of my Discord, and I'll share it. For the last 30 minutes, we'll be show and tell. And if nobody does it, then it'll just be me talking. Truth on French, we learned the same thing each year. Yeah, I kind of really, like, looking back, I think I didn't grow as a French speaker through the public school education. We in grade 4, you're learning, how to conjugate avoir and être, which is super, super, super important because everything kind of depends on those two verbs. And when you're doing past tense, we have to learn about Mrs. Vandertramp and how to conjugate in the past tense in avoir or être. Like, so the difference for English speakers, the difference would be if you want to say I ate lunch, we actually, in French, you would say I have eaten lunch, or I have lunched, really is the exact direct translation. I have lunched. And so to say, I ate lunch already, I would say j'ai déjeuné. And so I'm conjugating with avoir as opposed to être. That's Mrs. Vandertramp. There's your French lesson for the day. That's all I got. That's all I got for today. And librarian lived in Chile. Nice. I've never been there, but I'm assuming there was a reason you were there for school or work or something like that. So And I see a couple people have popped in, so say hello. Let us know what you're up to today. And checking the emails, nothing important. There we go. Oh, and there's my Discord. So if you want to share your pictures into the chit chat section, I'll pop them up here for the show and tell portion. Librarian saying, my parents love to travel. I've lived in Australia as well. Wow. Wow. You've been all over. And so are your parents Norwegian? Or did you just kind of like end up there? Did they move there? Or were your parents born there as well? Chile has alpaca yarn. Fun. My parents collaborated with a university in Santiago in Chile. Nice. Oh, and Red Pill Art has had her haircut and she's very happy with it. Yay. Yay. Do you have a regular stylist? Like I have somebody, her name's Ashley. She's cut my hair for 10, 15 years. I've lost track. Let's just say when she moves to a different salon, I get a text. Mm-hmm. And she had to go into rehab a few years ago. 4 years ago, she went into rehab. And she texted me and told me and said, come to my house and I'm going to cut your hair because I'm going to be gone for 2 months. And so I went and I took her books. I took her a couple really good books that I thought would help her. And I knew she read them because later on, years later, when she's cutting my hair, she's quoting those books. So that, kudos to her. She knew she had a problem and she got on top of it. Her parents helped her and she's an award-winning stylist. So it's, both Norwegian and they love to travel. Nice. Academic, so they collaborate with people all over. Interesting. Yay for a good haircut, right? Oh, you're growing your hair. Very nice. It's over your shoulders, but you want it longer. Beautiful. I have my hair done at a school of hairdressing. Oh, costs $30 to cut, wash, and blow dry. Nice. So you don't stick with the same stylist. Okay. See, I have a relationship with my stylist, so I will not let anybody else touch my hair. And I just have weird hair. Like even like you can see like here, there's like a part down here. I even asked my stylist, like, is this from like wearing my sunglasses on my head that I'm messing up my hair? And she said, no, you have a part. So your hair kind of like goes forward at here and then back there. So I'm like constantly, but she knows every inch of my head. So going to students. Yeah. And there's a dental school that does that too. You can pay like $50 and get your teeth cleaned and, stuff like that. So, and even I see some of the high schools have hair salons in them and aesthetic salons. What would they, they were not a spa, but like a studio maybe where they do aesthetics and for their course. Kelsey's saying, I have a horrible habit of letting my hair grow super long. Every couple of years or so, I chop it and donate it. Oh, and that's a horrible habit. I don't think that's a horrible habit. As long as it's healthy. Like I see people, like my neighbor has like, not the neighbor I hang out with, but another neighbor. I see her. We don't socialize or hang out. And she has long hair, but it's just fried. So it just looks like a big mess as opposed to nice, healthy, long hair. Yeah. Oh, I've never heard it's the same for a dentist. Yeah, there's like a dental school. I think it's about an hour from me, and you can make an appointment and get your teeth cleaned and whatnot by a student. And it's like it costs way less. I have benefits, so it doesn't matter what it costs. The benefits pay for my dental work. For like half my life, I had hair just under my ears. Oh, so you've had a little bob your whole life and now you're growing it because your hair looks quite long to me. Veronica Mars season 1. Okay, I'll have to look that up because I don't know who that is. Have liked having it longer for 7 years now. Nice. It's only a horrible habit because it gets hot in the summer. Yeah. Yeah, that's where you want to be putting your hair up for sure. Um, but yeah, I saw somebody and their hair was so long it was dragging on the floor, and I was like, that's not hygienic. That's where the doggies pee. I'm like, that's just not cool. But see, even for me with short hair in the summer, it's a nightmare because here it gets so hot and humid that my hair is just like, it just is flat, plastered to my head. I hate it. Some people, their hair gets really poofy. Mine just gets flat and I can't do anything with it. So I have to use like super expensive, like minty shampoo just to give it some life in the humidity. There's hairsprays for humidity. Because it's so humid here, we actually have products just for humidity in the summer. So yeah. Yeah. And there's Lola's link there. I don't know what Lola's doing with her channel. Maybe she'll say. I want her to do stuff, but I'm not in charge of that channel. And don't lurk in the bushes. Say hello. Hello, hello. All right. Let's dive into the last sprint. And we'll go for an hour and then sprint till we'll go for an hour and then we'll do show and tell if anybody has show and tell. And if you don't send me anything, then I'll just show off my own stuff. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. I don't think Norway ever gets really humid. Yeah. I had an exchange student living with me years ago, like 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago. And she was saying that in Denmark, like the hottest it ever gets is like 20 degrees. And I was like, I want to live in Denmark. Yeah. All right. So we're going to sprint. Don't leave. Don't click out. Okay. We need the watch hours. All right, everybody. And I am going to be doing some knitting. And I'm still waiting to hear about this this piping competition situation to know whether or not I should book a hotel or what. So I gotta go search their page and see if they've posted anything. So that's the first thing I'm gonna do. And then I need to do some knitting and I'm gonna putter around and do a couple other little things because I have two lists. I have this listed and then I have my main daily list. So I got a lot going on. Okay. Happy sprinting, everyone. Let me know in the chat what you'll be working on. Don't leave. Stick around. Just let me run in the background. And if you want music, say so. And I will, I'll pop on some nice music for us. Okay. Yay. Happy sprinting. How did we do? I got so much done. I made the most of that hour, let me tell you. I've got to do my March vlog. You can see the light is changing. So I'm like, oh, I look different now. I was working on my March vlog, which I still have not published, but because I needed all the talking heads, so I plowed through a whole bunch of those. Did some retakes as I'm, make mistakes or say the wrong word or, in a way I don't like. So I plowed through a bunch of them. I still have a few more to get through. The talking heads, that is, and then I can sit down and get this video edited and posted. So that is the goal for this week. We're a week into March and I still don't or a week into April and I still don't have my March vlog ready to go. So there we go. That's what I was up to. Norway has gotten to 28 degrees. That's kind of hot for somewhere so far north. Librarians watching a Grey's Anatomy episode. Oh my gosh, I haven't watched Grey's Anatomy in forever. Oh my goodness. It gets to almost 40 here, humidity to, you can like swim through southern Ontario. It gets so humid. The air is so thick. It's gross. It's gross. Let me see if I can, there we go. That's a little better. Taking, sorry, I didn't see your comment that you wanted music. I think I missed the last chatty bit. Went to pick up the kiddos from school. Now I'm back, ready to read more before I have to start cooking dinner. Tacos, yum, yum. Oh, it's Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. Sorry, I got my screen. Yeah, I think you did miss the chatty bit. I'm trying to remember back that far. I love tacos. Anne saying, I apologize for not being present. I've been trying to take care of doctor and social worker nonsense. No need to apologize. We're here. We're all just hanging out. Neely just ordered a whole page magnifying glass. So maybe that's the solution. It doesn't light up. Is that because that's what I had in my mind when we were talking about that earlier, is that it literally is the size, like the size of your book, that and I've seen them that they light up, which is super handy. I got a little, I don't have it down here. It's just a little light that clips on the top of my e-reader. And it's just a little tiny point of light, but it's bright enough that I can read it in the dark. Yeah, I hope it works too, because yeah, that's so frustrating to not be able to read the tiny print. So it's only $20. So if it doesn't work, you've not lost a lot of money. Well, like if it doesn't work for your purposes, it might work for somebody else, like for just even lighting up their book, or if it does light up, or somebody doesn't need super duper glasses or anything, but can just needs a little something. Like I don't need super duper reading glasses, but I need a little something to sharpen everything up. Librarian knitted a bit and then watched Grey's Anatomy. Nice. I was filming talking heads talking about, oh my gosh, visiting the university, this very cool building that we were in, and I have videos and pictures of it. Maple Fest, Ottawa, what I was knitting, what I've been reading, what I was cooking. I even have a face serum recipe in my March vlog. So I was just filming all of that stuff. And it was great to get that done, because it's kind of been hanging over me the last week or so, where I'm like, when am I going to get this sorted out? And the last weekend of March, I was away. So that kind of took a couple days away from me that I could have sat down and done it. But here we are. There we are. I need to film some videos and edit a few. I feel so behind. Yeah. I mean, and it's all self-imposed. Right? Like that's the thing. It's like so much pressure. Who's putting the pressure on me? I'm putting the pressure on me. So yeah, it's there's no one breathing down my neck but me. So I'm sure you feel exactly the same way, where it's like the only one putting pressure on me is me. So sounds nice. Yep. Anne is saying I have reading glasses, but it was not working. Yeah, like you don't want to have to go buy like super duper reading glasses just to read one book. So fingers crossed this little tool works. Librarian filmed 2 videos early today. Good for you. I always think that I'm going to be ready earlier and have enough time to film something before I start my sprints, but no, I take it right to the last couple of minutes with my puttering around. Alicia's saying it is indeed, and I've also been procrastinating. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. I guess I could have filmed these videos last week. I just didn't. I just didn't. But I got a bunch of them done. So I'll get the rest of them done on Thursday. Probably and then on the weekend I'll put it all together, and 10 days into April I'll have my March vlog done. But I did a lot in March, so it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff to put together. So yeah, and I did get the MQ, the Maker's Quest, sorted out. So next Wednesday. So next week I will be live doing this just like this on Tuesday, my regular weekly show. And then on Wednesday afternoon from 12 till 5, we will do Maker's Quest. And so bring your crafts and everything else, and you will see me there. I am going to schedule that video, so you'll be able to turn on your notifications and save it in your watch later list. That's what I do. I always save it in my watch later, so I'm reminded as I'm going through the week. And yeah, so we'll be doing Maker's Quest now next week. And then it's not going to be necessarily every week, it's not necessarily going to be at the same time on the same day of every week. It'll change it up a little bit because it's just going to depend on my schedule. But I did sit down and write out everything for April. So I took all the calendars and put them kind of into one calendar so that I have a bird's eye view of everything going on. Because like I said earlier, like I wanted to do an evening, but I'm like, when do I have an evening that I could sit for 3, 4, 5 hours here? And Wednesday evening was kind of the only evening I thought I could do that. But my son has a piping lesson with his teacher on Zoom in this room on Wednesday evening. So it'll be loud. He'll be drowning me out. He would be drowning me out. Okay, did anybody else send me anything? No, I don't see anything else there for the for show and tells, but I do have, this is from a librarian of Alexandria. Sorry. How exciting is that? I wish I could. There we go. There. I don't know why StreamYard just won't let me put things where I want them. That kind of annoys me, I have to say. But I don't know if I actually have. Yeah, I don't think I do. I don't think. But here's an important holiday for you. And this is actually real. In Scotland, April 9th is Unicorn Day. Unicorn is the official animal of Scotland. A lot of people don't know that. And so when you go to places like Stirling Castle, you will see a lot of unicorn iconography, I guess is the word. And so that's in 2 days. That's on Thursday. So you can celebrate all the unicorns. And there's a song. Isn't there a song that did the Irish Rovers sing a song about the unicorn in Noah's Ark? Is that right? Oh, that's like I'm in kindergarten again, trying to remember all of these things. So yeah. So that's coming up in 2 days. There are more mountains in other cities a bit far away, but nice with some mountains close to me. Yeah, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. It is. It's a very cute holiday, isn't it? Kelsey's saying, very cool. I always learn so much about other countries in these streams, right? Like we have gone international here. The reason I put this up, I was born in Scotland. So Scottish culture is kind of, my life. I sort of straddle Canadian culture and Scottish culture. So I just thought that was kind of neat. And of course, my son plays bagpipes. So we're around a lot of Scottish sculpture all the time. So that I just thought that would be a neat little holiday. And so yeah, I got yes, I was. I'm one of those people with multiple citizenships. I'm from lots of places. Yes. Never been to Scotland, but want to go. It's a neat place. I don't know that I would really go right now with the way things are there. But yeah, go someday. It's from what I understand, things are pretty tense in the UK right now. I'll have to talk to somebody over there. Actually, my other mod Siren is in the UK right now, so maybe I'll ask her like, what's the sense of things with there's been a lot of violence and a lot of things in the news, and so I would do a little bit of research on that before maybe heading there as a young woman on your own, if you know what I mean. And it's I know someone was telling me like you can't even get a hotel. So I don't know. Normally I would stay with my uncle, but he died earlier this year. So that's sort of my last connection to Scotland, really. It was him. So yeah, I don't know if I'll ever go back. We'll see. My son kind of wants to, so maybe I'll take him someday. Someday. So that's all we have going on today. What are you going to be doing for the rest of the week? Let me know in the chat. And yeah, I'm going to head over to Walmart and then see what I can find for the little boy for the funeral this weekend. And then I think I will head up to the Legion and wait for the meeting to start. I've already got my bag out and everything. So yeah. Oh, you have a dentist appointment tomorrow. I'm sorry. Every time I go to the dentist, it's never one appointment. It's always like 5 appointments. So hopefully it's just a cleaning. And then you get to go home with a new toothbrush. Thinking of trying a music quiz tomorrow. Interesting. What's the music quiz? Is it like on YouTube? Is it an online music quiz, or is it like in a pub or something? I'm going to a friend's on Friday. Very nice. Very nice. I don't know. I can't remember what I've got going on. So tonight I got a meeting. Tomorrow I'm home, and then on Thursday going to the university with my son for the dinner that he was invited to. He could bring a guest. He asked me to go with him. And then Friday I have the day at home. Friday is National Siblings Day. I wouldn't know a thing about that. I'm an only child. And then on Saturday is the funeral service, and I'm invited to a birthday dinner on Saturday night. I've said I'll go, but I'm still actually a little undecided because it's starting to sound like it's going to be more of a nightclub setting than a dinner restaurant setting. So we'll see. I'll find out. Librarian is saying I have a dentist spring this year, went in February and in March and now in May. Oh, so yeah, you're good friends with your dentist over the start of the year. Yeah. Yeah, that was like me from November to the end of December into January. I was kicking it with my dentist every week, just trying to get to the bottom of some stuff. Oh, it's a pub music quiz. Oh, that's fun. They used to do trivia in one of the pubs here. I wonder if they still do. It's like just like a nice wholesome night out. Yeah. Anne is saying, I have the last 3 books to read on the International Booker Prize list. They're not very long. Ooh, fun. I bet you're really looking forward to that. And please let us know what the books are. And yeah, next week, are you still here, Anne, for The Nights Are Quiet in Tehran? Librarian is saying I have 3 sisters. Wow. Good luck at Walmart. It'll be quiet. It'll be quiet at Walmart. 5 o'clock. Librarian saying I had an operation in February, so I have to go back for checkups. Yeah. I had to get a tooth extracted. It was like one of those things that like nothing could be helped with this tooth. So the dentist was finally like, let me take it out. I was like, okay. So I had to go back a few times to check on that. And then I have to go back in June for a crown, right? Get a crown. Finally get my crown. Yeah. And if you've been sitting all this time, go drink some water, touch some grass, do some stretching, stretch out your neck a little bit and stretch out your back and get things moving again. And I think that is it for, oh, there we go. Anne is saying I've only succeeded in reading 15 pages today. All right, well, I'm going to read the description of The Nights Are Quiet in Tehran. It has a 4.02 rating on Goodreads. It is by Shida Bazyar, I believe. Hopefully I haven't destroyed that name too much. A captivating polyphonic tale of one family's flight from and return to Iran. 1979, Bishad, a young communist revolutionary, fights with his friends for a new order after the Shah's expulsion. He tells of sparking hope, of clandestine political actions, and how he finds the love of his life in the courageous, intelligent Nihad. 10 years later, in 1989, it's not Nihad, it's Nahid, lives her new life in West Germany with Beshad. With their young children, they spend hour after hour in front of the radio, hoping for news from others who went into hiding after the mullahs came to power. 10 years later, 1999, Laleh returns to Iran with her mother, Nahid. Between beauty rituals and family secrets, she gets to know a Tehran that hardly matches her childhood memories. 10 years later, 2009, Laleh's brother Mo is more concerned with a friend's heartbreak than with student demonstrations in Germany, but then the Green Revolution breaks out in Iran and turns the world upside down. A topical moving story about revolution, oppression, resistance, and the absolute desire for freedom. Well, we know how that worked out. So it'd be interesting to read this one to see, like, someone different directions that people are going in within that one country and their thoughts and feelings about the whole thing. That sounds kind of interesting. It sounds so really relevant today. Well, we know what they did to the communists in Iran back in 1979, so I'm not sure it worked out so well for them, but it sounds like such an interesting read. Yeah, like a personal firsthand account of experiencing that over the course of decades, because it starts in 1979 and takes us to 2009. So that's definitely definitely something quite interesting. And just, keep in mind it's a novel, and not a nonfiction account. It's a novel. So there'll be some artistic license in there as well. But yeah, that sounds kind of interesting. I am continuing on with Mean Streak, which finally got interesting, finally got good. I I don't know. I'll review it. I'll do a review video of it, but I actually talked about it for my vlog, and I was like, she had a pretty good story, but I guess there wasn't enough, so she had to add in all this other extra stuff that's really annoying. So, yeah. I wonder how people are feeling in Iran today. I think they recognize that they've been oppressed for all these years, and they're trying to get the Shah back. That I've seen the protests in Iran, and I've seen the protests here. Like 100,000 people will show up to a free Iran protest. So these people are committed to freedom and getting their Shah back. I believe the Shah is actually, I think he said he's ready. Like, he's like, I'm on deck, ready to come back. I believe I saw that somewhere in the news. And so, yeah, I think that women in Iran particularly are very excited about being able to walk around in freedom and not have to cover their hair and not have to follow all these rules and all these other things. And under the Shah, the concerns that people have now living under the IRGC with the Shah, those concerns are going to go away. They're not going to be living in the same fears that they've been living in all these times. So I'm quite excited to see what happens for Iran. I know I definitely stand with the women of Iran and their freedoms. And I really hope that, the rest of the world does recognize that they have been the most oppressed women in the world. And I hope to see them get out from under that and really thrive as a country. And I'm really finding it quite interesting that we're not seeing refugees yet. I thought for sure we'd be seeing some refugees, but none yet. So we'll see. Maybe they've got so many connections with family around the world that they can just go to family and in another country and get out of that. But tens of thousands of Iranian citizens were murdered in the streets by their government. So that that should pretty much say it all right there. And so, yeah, I'm quite excited to see what happens. And that I'm very, 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 very much hoping that the people of Iran get their freedom under the Shah and get out from under this totalitarian evil government that they've been under all these years. Gosh, I can't believe it's gone on as long as it has, really, to be honest. Let me see here. Oh yeah, don't forget, jump in the Discord so we can all chat in between lives. I should read Women Without Men. I've heard about that. I don't know anything about it, but I've heard the name of the book, so I'll have to look it up. And when I hear that, I think of the red tent. That's what kind of comes to my mind, is the red tent and the sort of the dynamics that existed in that little world within a bigger world, and what went on there. That was a very, very interesting story. So yeah, that's where we are at. And didn't know we were going to talk politics today. But there we go. Again, talking all the thoughts about the geopolitics and everything going on. So if there's anything else anybody wants to add, this is your moment. I'm going to drink some of my Alani. This is the cotton candy one, and it does taste like cotton candy. I've yet to try the lime Alani because I just haven't seen it anywhere, but someday I will see it and I will try it, and I will probably not like it. I just feel like it's going to taste like a Sprite or something, and not like lime, So there we have it. The chat gets so quiet, and I don't know if it's just struggling, or let me see here. Oh, you know what? There's a lag. That's why. I'm like, why is it? But it's just lag because all of a sudden comments came up. It's an Iranian Handmaid's Tale. Interesting. My son is actually reading Handmaid's Tale for grade 12 English. So, but he doesn't talk about it. He doesn't talk about it. So yeah, it's I think like the whole like Iran for the last 40 years has been Handmaid's Tale. So yeah. Okay, everybody, I'm going to say bye-bye and get on with the rest of my day, go run my errands and do everything else I need to do. I hope you have an amazing week. Look for me next week, same time, same place. And then, of course, adding on Wednesday afternoon next week as well. And even though it's Maker's Quest and it's about crafts, that's okay if you want to bring your book. You can do that too. You can use it as productivity sprints to do other things, but I will be sitting doing crafts and working on my knitting and everything else. So just thank you all for hanging out with me all day. I love having you here. I love hearing your stories. I love seeing your pictures. I love reading about what you're reading and sharing all of our lives and all the things that we are up to. And I will wish you a very beautiful evening. Take care, and we'll see you in the next chat. Actually, you know what? Before I leave, I will look and see if anybody else is coming up after me here. Scarlet Moon Creations at 6 o'clock is next, sort of the next big thing coming up. So you've got an hour, Scarlet Moon Creations. There you go. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have a great evening. We'll see you next week. Bye.